lot of fondness, really. I encountered him as a faculty dean initially. He presided over the launch of the Faculty of Law. And I recall his pleasantries. I recall how he was very concerned about the female gender, but most importantly, his concern for the students. As he went up the stairs to preside at the opening, he took time to talk to the students, find out about their learning, and he didn't have to go upstairs, but he definitely did. I also remember him at the many graduation ceremonies that he presided over, always with Mama and Mkapa together with him. He was very accomplished, he was very knowledgeable, a former head of state, and yet he was very down to earth, dedicated and committed to the university. We are now organizing a memorial lecture in the honor of His Excellency, the late Benjamin Mkapa, and of course, there was so much to learn from His Excellency, so much. So we want to remember him, we want to draw lessons from his life. So we call really upon all students, we call upon all members of the public to join this memorial lecture, to draw lessons as we hear people talk about him, people close to him like his wife, Mama Ann Mkapa, like to hear the ambassador, His Excellency, the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania. We want to hear lessons about His Excellency. He was a very humble, down-to-earth gentleman. We want to draw lessons. How did he succeed in his career? And this is really what we want to do. To remember him so that all these lessons do not go to waste. And of course, in his honor. I recall that His Excellency, Benjamin Mkapa, may he so rest in peace, with a lot of fondness, really. I encountered him as a faculty dean initially. He presided over the launch of the Faculty of Law. And I recall his pleasantries. I recall how he was very concerned about the female gender, but most importantly, his concern knowledgeable, a former head of state, and yet he was very down to earth, dedicated. Mr. David Mutabanura is here with us. Professor Mwambusa Ndebesa from Makerere University, you're very welcome. You kept time. Thank you very much. Professor Tukamshaba, the Vice Chancellor. Utamu, you're very welcome. I hope I'm not missing, of course, there are members of the university staff. You're all very welcome. I hope I'm not missing out of anyone. Okay. We are going to start when the chief guest, when Her Excellency Mama Anna Mkapa arrives, we shall start the program formally. But now, feel free to talk to your neighbors, exchange pleasantries, and feel at Cavendish. We have the University Academic Registrar, Mr. Michael Copper. I can spot you from here. You're welcome. Jackson Birungi, the Senior Human Resource Officer. You're welcome. Today we are here just to prepare us for the event, to celebrate and learn from the life of the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. He was a chancellor of our university, and so that is the reason really why we are here. We are here to learn about his life, his leadership, his legacy, and so we can draw lessons from the same. In the meantime, please, I'm going to be silent for a moment so that you can listen to the videos on display. Thank you.
So I have very, very profound memories of our former Chancellor, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. I always remember him for being very cordial, very relatable, somebody who could share his personal experiences about his time growing up, studying, working as president, in a way that was very respectful, very educative, very entertaining. I can't forget the very first encounter that I had with him, the very firm handshake that he gave me, and then we went for dinner. So I was still fresh at the university, at Cavendish University, Uganda. And when we had dinner, we had a few drinks, as you could imagine. At the end, I was surprised because the chairman of the University Council, who had been asked to give the vote of thanks to the Chancellor, decided to pick on me to do the needful. Remember, I was just a few weeks old. And even though I was taken aback, I was able to discharge that duty very well, at least by the account of many people. But that is because he was the sort of person about whom I could say something. I knew that he had studied in Uganda, that he had friends in Uganda, that he had been a journalist, a politician, a diplomat, amongst others. I knew some of his friends from Uganda through the writings of the senior presidential advisor on the media, John Nagenda. So I was able to thank him in a way that was very meaningful and personal. I do remember him as somebody who was very wise. He was very well traveled and came off with a lot of knowledge, which he likes to share, I suppose because of the experiences he had had working as a diplomat through many countries, and as a president, obviously, you encounter many people and many places. He was a Pan-African, extremely passionate about the project of Africa. And it ran through his story as a student, as a young person, when he studied at Makerere University. He had many friends in East Africa, most notably in Uganda. In fact, whenever he came for the university graduation ceremonies, he always asked to stay a day or two to meet his friends, and we always granted him his wish. So yeah, it was always interesting to just know that he is at that level a very human person, who also has casual friends, if you.
Okay. Now that Mama Anna Mkapa is in the house, we are going to sing the anthems, but just before that, the anthems, please. You may be seated. We shall commit the day into the Lord's hands in prayer, and I shall invite the Executive Director, Mr. David Mutabanura, to come and lead us in an opening word of prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Father in heaven, loving, eternal God, in unity with the Son and the Holy Spirit, we know that you are here, that you hear us, that you see us. We thank you for bringing us here well, from far and near. We thank you for the presence of Her Excellency Madam Mkapa and our other guests that have come from Tanzania, from Uganda and elsewhere. We thank you for the life of our late Chancellor, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, whom we are here to memorialize in this inaugural lecture. We entrust you this same lecture, that it may provide for us a chance to learn from the great gifts that you gave to our late Chancellor. May you guide all those who are going to present, shine a light on their hearts, on their minds, that everything that we discuss today will benefit you and will benefit humankind and be in accordance with your will. We ask all this in Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Mutabanura. I would like to welcome you all to CU of Cavendish University Uganda's inaugural Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture 2022. Excellency Mama Anna Mkapa, wife of the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, the keynote speaker, Ambassador Ombeni Sefue, honorable ministers and members of parliament present, excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, His Excellency Dr. Aziz Konari Mulima, Uganda's the ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda, members of the diplomatic corps, vice chancellors of universities, members of the University Council, members of Council, our Vice Chancellor, Professor John Mugisha, and your wife, Mrs. Mugisha, the Executive Director, Mr. David Mutabanura, members of senior management, university staff, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is the day that we are happy to be in because it's a day when we remember an honorable man, our former Chancellor. We apologize for the time lost, and so we shall quickly get on with the program. This is a blended event, so there are members, many members following us online, and members online, you're also very welcome, equally welcome to this inaugural Benjamin Mkapa lecture. Honorable Tassis Kabwejere, you're very welcome, our special guest. And without, I'll just tell you a little bit about His Excellency Mkapa, because we are going to hear a lot from people who lived with him, people who worked with him, and I do not want to go into that. But it is our pleasure as Cavendish University Uganda to welcome you to this inaugural lecture. His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, rest in peace, was installed as the Chancellor of Cavendish University Uganda on December 5th, 2014, and the event was presided over by the then Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Mondo Kagonyera. His Excellency the late Benjamin Mkapa served as the Chancellor for 6 years out of the 14 years the university has been in existence. His Excellency Mkapa died on July 24th, 2020, a day that will always be deeply ingrained in the hearts and in the history of Cavendish University Uganda. And we promised as a university, we committed to holding an annual memorial lecture in his honor, and today is the first time it's happening. We'd like to thank you very much, Mama Ann Mkapa, for taking the time and traveling and coming to join us in this very special day. And we know that it may be a very emotional day for you, but we thank you so much for allowing to share these events with us. I would like Professor John Mugisha to come and address us and welcome us. You're welcome, Professor Mugisha.
Thank you very much, Master Mistress of Ceremonies. She is Dr. Olive Saviti, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. Our guest of honor, who has not yet arrived, so in absentia, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, who is also Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs. Excellency Mama Anna Mkapa, it's a pleasure that you agreed to come and be here with us. Our keynote speaker, Ambassador Onbeni Sefue, our special guest, Honorable Professor Tasis Kabwejere. You are a dictionary of a lot that happened in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, up to today, and it will be a pleasure to listen to you. Excellency, the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda, my colleagues, the Vice Chancellors, and it's a pleasure to recognize you, Professor Mpeza, Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University. You are most welcome. Professor Rose Nanyonga Clark of Clark International University, you are very welcome. Professor Edith Kamushaba of Uganda Technology and Management University, you are very welcome. Professor Mauda Kamateles Mujisha and Dr. Mujisha, your husband, Professor Mauda Kamateles Mujisha is VC of Bishop Stewart University, you are very welcome. And Mwambusandewesa, our own friend, many of you know about Mwambusandewesa, you always hear his commentaries from Makerere University, you are very welcome. My colleague, Mr. David Mutawana, the Executive Director, the members of staff, our distinguished guests. There is Professor Mugambi. Professor Paul Mugambi is the former Vice Chancellor, but the Executive Director of Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum, and your wife. And he will be speaking about their student days with Benjamin Mkapa. You can imagine. At Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, I will say a few words. I had prepared a speech, but I'm going to skip that. I wish to welcome you to this event. And the Chancellor of this university, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, should have been here, but he is engaged with activities of Mali peace process. He has been mandated by ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, to facilitate that process. And he's not able to be with us, but he recorded a message of welcome. So that is the one that we shall play here. But I want to welcome you as somebody who is physically present and as the Vice Chancellor. Thank you for accepting to come. And I noticed that some of you also came for the memorial mass, which we held soon after the passing of our beloved Chancellor, late Benjamin Mkapa. We promised that we will be holding these annual memorial lectures, and we are starting today. We couldn't start it earlier because of COVID-19 and other disruptions that we had, but this is going to be an annual event. When I was speaking at the memorial mass, I quoted Matthew chapter 5 verse 8, which says, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." From our experience, but also from what we have read about Benjamin Mkapa, he was a real personification of purity of the heart, full of good intentions for humanity, concerned about the weak and the suffering, willing to listen and to guide, a role model and a mentor, someone high up there and an intellectual actually, but who was down to earth and respectful of everybody. It was amazing how we could combine all these qualities as one person. We thought that his legacy should not stop, and that we should be some of the people, one of those institutions to propagate the legacy of resilient leadership, the legacy of values, the legacy of integrity and honesty, but also of humility and paying attention to detail. We are going to listen more to our keynote speaker, from our keynote speaker and others, and the special guest and other speakers. But on behalf of Cavendish University, Uganda, I wish to say that you are most welcome today and for all the other events that we are going to be holding. I wish you a fruitful day with us here. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our Vice Chancellor, our host. We're now going to listen to the recording of our Chancellor who has been unable to be here. His Excellency, good luck, Jonathan.
Oh, you're very welcome. These are our guests from I didn't know they were the ones from St. Augustine University, Tanzania. They held a memorial, I think it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and this should be, okay, you're very welcome to Uganda. You're very welcome. His Excellency, the ambassador of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria to Uganda. You're very welcome. Okay, the recording is ready.
For the initiative, this is a large project designed to immortalize our former chancellor, who has done so much for carrying this university, for his own country, Tanzania, and for Africa. President Mkapa will continue to be remembered for his tremendous work in strengthening Tanzanian democracy and his great strides in the development of his country. Was an African statesman and champion of regional integration who dedicated his life fighting for peace, security, and economic progress on the continent. For us, at CU, late Mkapa was our hero, served as our second chancellor after our first chancellor, late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, another great African who was the first president of Zambia. He stood for will continue to endure. That memory will prepare all of us as CU will seek to do more to improve learning and advance the cause of humanity. Once again, I welcome all of you to this important program and wish you fruitful deliberations. And thank you all.
We apologize for the video initially because of the power outage. It affected the projector, but it was able to be restored. Now is the moment that we've been waiting for. We are now going to, I would like to take the honor and the privilege to invite Your Excellency Mama Anna Mkapa, wife, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, to share with us your recollections, and you're okay to talk from where you are. Thank you.
Professor John Mugisha, Vice Chancellor, Cabinet University, Uganda, Dr. Olive Sabiti, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and our moderator, Ambassador Mbele Sefue, Chairman of Uongozi Institute, all High Commissioners accredited Uganda, and all diplomatic corps are invited, Professor Paul Mugambi, Executive Director, Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are observed. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, moderator, for very kind words. My remarks will be brief. Unfortunately, I'm not as eloquent as my late husband, Mr. Ben Mkapa. He was certainly would like to have done a much better job than me. Eloquence has its place, but what comes out of the heart is more important. And that is what I offer you today, a message straight from my heart. The main reason I spent to speak is threefold. Firstly, I bring warm greetings from the family of Mkapa, together with our deep gratitude to you, Vice Chancellor, Mugisha, and your colleagues, for honoring Ben in this profound manner. As you know, he loved reading and he enjoyed the robust debate. I am sure he would have wished nothing more than as a way of remembering him. Were he able to witness this inaugural lecture, I am sure he will entirely concur with me. Secondly, I know how much he loved this university and how much he appreciated the opportunity you gave him to serve and make a contribution to it. Unfortunately, his first term was sudden and he had no chance to convey his profound gratitude for that opportunity and to say how much he treasured the lasting value he derived from working with you all for such a worthy cause. Thirdly, I am here to encourage you to continue the work you began with him. For while his body is gone, his thoughts and aspirations remain and can inspire those he left behind. For us as a family, that is what keeps us going and comforting. I thank Almighty God always that in His mercy, He made my path to cross with that of pain, out of which emerged a long life of love, friendship, companionship, and a very high level. He became a great husband, a loving and caring father to our sons, and doting grandfather to our grandchildren. A man of great integrity and strong moral compass, rooted his upbringing and firm Catholic faith, he inspired us all along that same path. He is gone, but he bequeathed the compass to us. If we follow it, we will not get lost. So let me conclude by thanking you again for this great way of honor them, and to thank you for inviting me to witness this great day and event. Those we love do not go, they walk beside us every day. Rest in peace, dear day. May God continue to bless you all abundantly. I thank you for your attention.
Mama Ann deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Excellency Mama Ann Mkapa, for your remarks. You have reminded us, most importantly, you have told us that those we love do not go, they always walk beside us. As we go for the break, let us reflect. Those we love do not go, they remain beside us. So what lessons do we learn? Mama Ann Mkapa has told us he was a man of integrity. And there is no doubt about that, because when he came into the leadership of the United Republic of Tanzania, it was after that anti-corruption movement. So he was really a man, a gentleman of integrity. As we reflect, we are going for a break. And when we come back, we shall be listening to some speakers, and then we shall have the panel. So the break is going to be 15 minutes. I request us to resume within that time so that we can proceed with the program. The coffee is just outside, through that door, and to the left, outside the door, and to the left, you will see the area. So we can now go for the break, and then we shall resume for the other talks. Thank you very much.
informative, very entertaining. I can't forget the very first encounter that I had with him, the very firm handshake that he gave me, and then we went for dinner. So I was still fresh at the university, at Cavendish University, Uganda. And when we had dinner, we had a few drinks, as you could imagine. I had working as a diplomat through many countries, and as a president, obviously, you encounter many people and many places. He was a Pan-African, extremely passionate about the project of Africa. And it ran through his story as a student, as a young person, when he studied at Makerere University. He had many friends in East Africa, most notably in Uganda. In fact, whenever he came for the university graduation ceremonies, he always asked to stay a day or two to meet his friends, and we always granted him his wish. So, yeah, it was always interesting to just know that he is, at that level, a very human person, who also has casual friends, if you like, old friends, old school friends, that he was keen to meet whenever he traveled. He, of course, most notably, was on the team of presidents that reinvigorated the East African community together with President Yoweri Museveni and President Daniel Arap Moi. So to that extent, you would say he has credit for restarting a very important project for our region and Africa in general, an area in which he had great interest and for our people and those that we relate with. I also remember him as a family man, somebody who always traveled with his wife everywhere. He never left Madame Anne Mkapa behind. And all these are things that sort of get you thinking around the rich experience he lived. He was a religious man who loved to go to church if it was a Sunday here. I'm told on other days he also would go to church. Although I never saw that part about him, but I heard about it, certainly. He was somebody who was a diplomat. He spoke in a way that was very calm, very bold. Very encouraging though, for a conversation. He listened very intently and spoke so passionately. In some ways, I guess, because he was he had studied journalism and communication or English, practiced as a journalist, as a writer, as an editor. He was very keen on communication. In fact, he one time challenged me when I was trying to rush a photograph with him when we were running late, and he told me that I shouldn't mind. We should take our time because a good picture requires time. So that is like a lifelong lesson that I took from him about communication and the importance of getting communication right. That's what I could say I remember about His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, the late Chancellor of our university.
I'm Professor John Msham, Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, and I'm at the center of the organization for the inaugural His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture. There's a lot that I remember about him. The biggest one was mentorship. I was barely 8 months in office as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics when I took over the office of the Vice Chancellor, who resigned and left the country. I needed some kind of mentorship. I least expected it from the Chancellor himself because he was far. Surprisingly, he came so near. He made me feel at home. He gave me assurances. He actually also met with me physically. Each time he came to Uganda, either to meet President Museveni or do some other thing, he'd say, please find me at my hotel in the interior or anywhere else. Let's have a conversation. And of course, he also organized for a couple of meetings between us, even in Tanzania. I flew to Tanzania on a couple of occasions. But he took his job of a chancellor seriously. He always wanted to hear reports about the university. He always gave very encouraging words and reassurances that we will succeed if we mean well to educate people, to transform society for today and for the future. He had a passion for society transformation. And he was a man of values. He had principles that he treasured and which he expected everybody to change. Honesty, consistency, respect, humility, integrity. For him, these were non-negotiable. And in performance, he had zero margin of error. So that's the legacy. And that's what I remember about him. We thought that holding annual memorial lectures would help us always think about those and help to make our society better.
Habari, kwa majina naitwa Tumaini Israel Mayo, ni mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Cavendish, Uganda, lakini pia ni mnufaika wa ufadhili wa masomo wa Benjamin William Mkapa hapa chuoni Cavendish. Hayati Mkapa tutamkumbuka kwa mengi, ikiwemo uongozi madhubuti, lakini pia mapinduzi ya uchumi aliyofanya kipindi cha uongozi wake, lakini pia mambo ya kijamii, na alikuwa kiongozi mwadilifu. Alikuwa kiongozi mpenda nchi yake, lakini pia mbali na kupenda nchi yake alikuwa ni kiongozi ambaye alitamani amani iweze kuendelea kwenye mataifa mengine, si Tanzania tu. Lakini pia tutamkumbuka kwa mambo mengi. Hakuwa kiongozi ambaye mbinafsi, alikuwa kiongozi ambaye alitamani Watanzania wote wawe na maendeleo sawa pasipo kuwa na upendeleo. Na hili zaidi tunamkumbuka kwamba hata barabara ambayo ilienda kijijini ambapo alizaliwa Lupaso imekuja kuwekwa lami hichi kipindi cha karibuni tu. Kwa hiyo ni kiongozi ambaye hakutumia uongozi kama fursa ya kujinufaisha tu yeye na watu wake, bali alitamani Tanzania nzima tuwe na maendeleo sawa. Kwa hivyo tunaenda chuo kikuu cha Cavendish kimeandaa muhadhara wa kumbukizi ya hayati Benjamin William Mkapa. Hivyo wanaenda kuongelea mambo mengi, alama alizoziacha katika uongozi wake na kujifunza mambo mengi, kwa sababu wataenda kuongelea watu watakao kuwepo kwenye muhadhara huu, wanaenda kuongelea maisha ya hayati Benjamin William Mkapa, mambo aliyoyaacha na nini cha kujifunza. Na watu hawa ni watu ambao walifanya nao kazi pamoja, ni watu ambao wamekuwa karibu. Kwa hivyo nawakaribisha nyote kwenye muhadhara huo ili tuweze tukanufaika na kujifunza zaidi kwa maisha ya hayati Benjamin William Mkapa. Karibuni nyote.
So I have very, very profound memories of our former Chancellor, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. I always remember him for being very cordial, very relatable, somebody who could share his personal experiences about his time growing up, studying, working as president, in a way that was very respectful, very educative, very entertaining. I can't forget the very first encounter that I had with him, the very firm handshake that he gave me, and then we went for dinner. So I was still fresh at the university, at Cavendish University, Uganda. And when we had dinner, we had a few drinks, as you could imagine. At the end, I was surprised because the chairman of the University Council, who had been asked to give the vote of thanks to the Chancellor, decided to pick on me to do the needful. Remember, I was just a few weeks old. And even though I was taken aback, I was able to discharge that duty very well, at least by the account of many people. But that is because he was the sort of person about whom I could say something. I knew that he had studied in Uganda, that he had friends in Uganda, that he had been a journalist, a politician, a diplomat, amongst others. I knew some of his friends from Uganda through the writings of the senior presidential advisor on the media, John Nagenda. So I was able to thank him in a way that was very meaningful and personal. I do remember him as somebody who was very wise. He was very well traveled and came off with a lot of knowledge, which he likes to share, I suppose because of the experiences he had had working as a diplomat through many countries, and as a president, obviously, you encounter many people and many places. He was a Pan-African, extremely passionate about the project of Africa. And it ran through his story as a student, as a young person, when he studied at Makerere University. He had many friends in East Africa, most notably in Uganda. In fact, whenever he came for the university graduation ceremonies, he always asked to stay a day or two to meet his friends, and we always granted him his wish. So, yeah, it was always interesting to just know that he is, at that level, a very human person, who also has casual friends, if you like, old friends, old school friends, that he was keen to meet whenever he traveled. He, of course, most notably, was on the team of presidents that reinvigorated the East African community together with President Yoweri Museveni and President Daniel Arap Moi. So to that extent, you would say he has credit for restarting a very important project for our region and Africa in general, an area in which he had great interest and for our people and those that we relate with. I also remember him as a family man, somebody who always traveled with his wife everywhere. He never left Madam Anne Mkapa behind. And all these are things that sort of get you thinking around the rich experience he lived. He was a religious man who loved to go to church if it was a Sunday here. I'm told on other days he also would go to church. Although I never saw that part about him, but I heard about it certainly. He was somebody who was a diplomat. He spoke in a way that was very calm, very bold. Very encouraging though, for a conversation. He listened very intently and spoke so passionately. In some ways, I guess, because he had studied journalism and communication or English, practiced as a journalist, as a writer, as an editor. He was very keen on communication. In fact, he one time challenged me when I was trying to rush a photograph with him when we were running late, and he told me that I shouldn't mind. We should take our time because a good picture requires time. So that is like a lifelong lesson that I took from him about communication and the importance of getting communication right. That's what I could say I remember about His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, the late Chancellor of our university.
I'm Professor John Mugisha, Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, and I'm at the center of the organization for the inaugural His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture. There's a lot that I remember about him. The biggest one was mentorship. I was barely 8 months in office as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics when I took over the office of the Vice Chancellor, who resigned and left the country. I needed some kind of mentorship. I least expected it from the Chancellor himself because he was far. Surprisingly, he came so near. He made me feel at home. He gave me assurances. He actually also met with me physically. Each time he came to Uganda, either to meet President Museveni or do some other thing, he'd say, please find me at my hotel in Entebbe or anywhere else. Let's have a conversation. And of course, he also organized for a couple of meetings between us, even in Tanzania. I flew to Tanzania on a couple of occasions. But he took his job of a chancellor seriously. He always wanted to hear reports about the university. He always gave very encouraging words and reassurances that we will succeed if we mean well to educate people, to transform society for today and for the future. He had a passion for society transformation. And he was a man of values. He had principles that he treasured and which he expected everybody to cherish. Honesty, consistency, respect, humility, integrity. For him, these were non-negotiable. And in performance, he had zero margin of error. So that's the legacy. And that's what I remember about him. We thought that holding annual memorial lectures would help us always think about those and help to make our society better.
I am pleased to welcome all of you to this inaugural Benjamin Mkapa's annual memorial lecture in honor of late Benjamin William Mkapa, former president of Tanzania, who was also my predecessor as the Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. I thank the University Council, management and staff of CEU for the initiative. This is a laudable project designed to immortalize our former Chancellor, who has done so much for Cavendish University, for his own country, Tanzania, and for Africa. President Mkapa will continue to be remembered for his tremendous works in strengthening Tanzania's democracy and his great strides in the development of his country. He was an African statesman and champion of regional integration who dedicated his life fighting for peace, security, and economic progress on the continent. For us at CEU, late Mkapa was our hero. He served as our second chancellor after our first chancellor, late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, another great African who was the first president of Zambia. Under him as chancellor, CEU recorded accelerated growth and introduced many trailblazing innovations. Late Mkapa guided the university through its transition to a technology-driven institution, which greatly helped CEU to function seamlessly during the global lockdown regime occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe late Mkapa laid a solid foundation upon which we will join hands to build a greater future for our university and for our continent. I am indeed pleased and proud to be following his footsteps as Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. I am happy that CEU is keeping the flame of his vision for innovation and progress alive by inaugurating this annual lecture. I believe that the memory of Benjamin Mkapa and all he stood for will continue to endure. That memory will propel all of us at CEU to seek to do more to improve learning and advance the cause of humanity. Once again, I welcome all of you to this important program and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you all.
I'm called Emma Mbawala. I was a student of Cavendish University, Uganda, doing Masters in International Relations and Diplomatic Studies. I'm the one of the beneficial of his late, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa scholarship. And one thing I remember most about him, he was my first president I voted for in 1995 back home in Tanzania. And he's well known. He was a very hardworking man. And I know one thing about him, he was a peacekeeping mediator for Burundi and also for Kenya and DRC Congo. So there's many things to learn from him, and also his leadership, he left behind a big legacy. So most of the leaders, they need to follow about it. I call upon people to attend this memorial lecture, be it physically or online, because there are going to be so many speakers who are going to talk about him. His wife is going to be there, and then his personal assistant, Ambassador Ombeni Sefu, is going to be there. Dr. Aziz Ponari Mlima, Ambassador of United Republic of Tanzania, also is going to be there. And to mention a few, so they are going also to talk about him. And also, he was a good writer, because there's a book he left behind, My Life and My Purpose. So it's also good, like we will hear from these panelists what they're going to talk about him.
I'm Professor John Msham, Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, and I'm at the center of the organization for the inaugural His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture. There's a lot that I remember about him. The biggest one was mentorship. I was barely 8 months in office as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics when I took over the office of the Vice Chancellor, who resigned and left the country. I needed some kind of mentorship. I least expected it from the Chancellor himself because he was far. Surprisingly, he came so near. He made me feel at home. He gave me assurances. He actually also met with me physically. Each time he came to Uganda, either to meet President Museveni or do some other thing, he would say, please find me at my hotel in the interior or anywhere else. Let's have a conversation. And of course, he also organized for a couple of meetings between us, even in Tanzania. I flew to Tanzania on a couple of occasions. But he took his job of a chancellor seriously. He always wanted to hear reports about the university. He always gave very encouraging words and reassurances that we will succeed if we mean well to educate people, to transform society for today and for the future. He had a passion for society transformation. And he was a man of values. He had principles that he treasured and which he expected everybody to cherish. Honesty, consistency, respect, humility, integrity. For him, these were non-negotiable. And in performance, he had zero margin of error. So that's the legacy. And that's what I remember about him. We thought that holding annual memorial lectures would help us always think about those and help to make our society better.
Yeah. I am pleased to welcome all of you to this inaugural Benjamin Mkapa's annual memorial lecture in honor of late Benjamin William Mkapa, former president of Tanzania, who was also my predecessor as the Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. I thank the University Council, management and staff of CEU for the initiative. This is a laudable project designed to immortalize our former Chancellor, who has done so much for Cavendish University, for his own country, Tanzania, and for Africa. President Mkapa will continue to be remembered for his tremendous works in strengthening Tanzania's democracy and his great strides in the development of his country. He was an African statesman and champion of regional integration who dedicated his life fighting for peace, security, and economic progress on the continent. For us at CEU, late Mkapa was our hero. He served as our second chancellor after our first chancellor, late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, another great African who was the first president of Zambia. Under him as chancellor, CEU recorded accelerated growth and introduced many trailblazing innovations. Late Mkapa guided the university through its transition to a technology-driven institution, which greatly helped CEU to function seamlessly during the global lockdown regime occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe late Mkapa laid a solid foundation upon which we will join hands to build a greater future for our university and for our continent. I am indeed pleased and proud to be following his footsteps as Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. I'm happy that CU is keeping the flame of his vision for innovation and progress alive by inaugurating this annual lecture. I believe that the memory of Benjamin Mkapa and all he stood for will continue to endure. That memory will propel all of us at CU to seek to do more to improve learning and advance the cause of humanity. Once again, I welcome all of you to this important program and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you all.
Yeah.
Part of this threads both on YouTube and on Facebook. I would like to recognize, maybe before we begin, I would like to recognize the presence of Ismail Alatise, the High Commissioner of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Uganda. You're very welcome, His Excellency Alatise, and also together with his wife, High Excellency Dr. Ismail Alatise. You're very welcome. Okay, we now are going to move to the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker is Ambassador Ombeni Sefue. He's a Tanzanian diplomat and the chair of the Ugonzi Institute. He was Chief Secretary of Tanzania and Secretary to the Cabinet from 2012 to 2016. Previously, he was the permanent representative of Tanzania to the United Nations from 2010 to 2011. He served as the Tanzanian ambassador to the United States from 2007 to 2010. Before that, he was the Tanzanian High Commissioner to Canada from 2005 to 2007. He was a personal assistant and speechwriter to President Benjamin William Mkapa during his entire term, 1995 to 2005. A position he also held under President Al-Hassan Mwinyi from 1993 to 1995. We have a very well-read keynote speaker and one who is very close to His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Honorable Ambassador Ombeni Sefue, you're very welcome to address us. Thank you. Please come here.
Professor John Mugisha, Vice Chancellor of Confederation University Uganda, Mama Mkapa, High Commissioner, Tanzania for Nigeria, Professor Tassis Kabwe-Gere, Paul Mugambi, faculty staff, students, Dr. Olsabit, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Moderator, faculty, staff, students, distinguished guests and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you, Moderator, for those very, very kind words. And I too would like to join Mama Mkapa to thank you, Professor John Mugisha, Vice Chancellor, Cavendish University, Uganda, and your colleagues for honoring the late President Benjamin William Mkapa in this way. And thank you for the invitation and the honor you have given me to be with you as you honor him in this way. Time flies. Already over 2 years have passed since President Benjamin William Mkapa was called to glory. And thank you for the initiative to keep his memory alive through this memorial lecture series. The memory of Benjamin William Mkapa needs to be kept alive because of his huge contribution to ethical leadership, not by words, but by demonstrable action, as I will briefly show today. The theme of this event is the role of integrity and resilient leadership in managing transformation. I have therefore considered it appropriate that I should discuss this topic in the context of the life, times, and leadership experience of Benjamin William Mkapa. But what is integrity? A review of the literature and listening from leaders and activists of all kinds shows that there is no consensus on what exactly is integrity, ethics, or morality. Instead, there is what is assumed to be a common understanding of parts of ethics or integrity. Integrity has many meanings, and different aspects of those meanings, depending on the context in which they are used, or the goals, intent, and aspirations of the user of the term. However, I have distilled a few key aspects of integrity that I consider the minimum to describe someone as being of integrity. One is incorruptibility and a firm adherence to a code of ethics in all things and being virtuous. The second category is honesty, fairness, straightforwardness of conduct. In Kiswahili we say hakuna kupinda-pinda. Straightforwardness of conduct. The third category is rectitude and trustworthiness. In other words, while normally many people will associate lack of integrity with corruption, in reality, integrity is much more than that. And in discussing integrity in the context of leadership of countries, I will restrict myself to ethical leadership, not moral leadership. In his article, Perspectives on Global Moral Leadership, Hanson states as follows, quote, ethical leadership is about leading an organization or people to accomplish its core purposes, but using ethical means. So the next question is, what then is leadership? And leadership can likewise be hard to define, and it means different things to different people. In its noun form, it can be condensed into a few words. The action of leading a group of people or an organization the action of leading a group of people or an organization. And it can involve all or any of the following: guidance, direction, control, management, superintendence, supervision, organization, government. And leadership is a process. It's not a position. Leadership is a process. It's not a position. You don't have to hold a formal leadership role to be a leader. Good leadership is the use of key skills and practices correctly, applied at the right time, to help the organization reach its highest potential. The whole point of periodic elections is to bring new ideas and new ways of doing things, such as to bring a new dynamic in improving the lives of people. That is why, regardless of the country, people want transformational leadership. Transformational leaders. And what would be the characteristics that define a transformational leader of a country? One is vision. Transformational leader must have vision. Not just any vision, but a realistic, convincing, and attractive depiction of where you want to be in the future. Not a dream. Secondly, a transformation leader must have a sense of direction and priorities. If you don't know where you are going, any place can give you the impression that you have arrived, even though you are lost. So direction and priorities. Thirdly, you must have motivation. Your own motivation, but you must also be able to inspire. You must be able to answer 3 questions. What, why, how? In that transformational process. What do you want to transform? Why? And how? And you might add with what? And within which timelines? Next, you must be able, a transformation leader must be able to create teamwork, change management, and you must be able to create a sense among the people to say, we did it together. Then you have to be proactive. You must be able to solve problems, resolve conflicts, empower those you lead on this journey of transformation. Then you must have a way to deliver on what you promised and measuring if you are delivering. Key performance indicators. Not mbwa. Some of you may know this mbwa. Management by walking around. You can't be a transformational leader if you manage by walking around. Then you must be able to evaluate on the journey of transformation and if necessary make vision adjustment. And most important, resilience. Because on the journey of transformation, sometimes you'll find difficult times. But resilience is key. Now, how does integrity and resilient leadership help in managing transformation? Leadership in its English roots may mean to make go, to guide, to show the way. In its Latin roots, it means to draw, to drag, to pull, guide, or conduct. Leadership, therefore, is not absolute. It's relationship. It's about relations. It's relational. Whether you inspire or compel your followers, the relationship aspect endures. So like Machiavelli, we can ask, is a leader good because he is effective, because he delivers? Or is he good because of his inner integrity? And I ask, can we instead have a value-based or value-imbued leadership that can deliver on both effectiveness and integrity? This brings me to Benjamin William Mkapa, because I think this is what Mkapa was. He was able to accomplish the dual goals of ensuring value-based leadership, along with creating systems that assured effectiveness in delivering on his agenda. In addition to these dual goals, he was also able to balance his role both as a transactional leader, a leader who can get things done, as well as a transformational leader that whose vision was Development Vision 2025, which he had for Tanzania. A vision that encompassed the kind of transformation he wanted to see in Tanzania. And I'll give a few examples. But first, let me say that Mkapa, as many have said, was the epitome of moral courage. His deep convictions driving him to do what he knew to be right, despite risks associated with transformation, including unpopularity in the political sphere. We live in a period of exceptional ethical challenges in politics, in governance, in business, and no country is immune. No country is spotlessly clean. But Mkapa showed that even in the context of this global ethical and moral abasement scenario, it is still possible to provide ethical and moral leadership. It is one thing in the heat of political campaigns or when faced with blatant breaches of ethical conduct and corruption, for self-pious people to demand that action must be taken on certain ethical issues. That's the easy part. The question is how many actually go to the next level and actually do something about it. And Mkapa was that kind of person. He campaigned on the promise to rein in corruption. And one of the things he did on coming to power was setting up the Warioba Commission on Corruption. And he did not just set it up, but he acted on its recommendations. He was a leader always, never a ruler. He wanted people to follow him on the transformational journey, not because they are fearful of him, rather because they trusted him. And he earned their trust. He disproved the notion that politics has to be a dirty game. He hated the cult of personality, refusing to be called Mtukufu or to have his picture in the national currency. An erudite debater, he welcomed being challenged and dared anyone to dislodge him from his intellectual pedestal of thought and belief. During the 1995 elections, a political debate was conducted between presidential candidates, and his formidable debating skills were in full display, earning the people's trust in his leadership. Others, of course, saw him as arrogant, but he wasn't. He just did not like mediocrity. He always listened carefully to all opinions and perspectives. He believed people should be able to disagree without being disagreeable. Aristotle said, it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. And President Mkapa would concur. He was a devout Catholic, attending Mass every Sunday. He respected other people's faith, a matter he insisted was personal and private. His faith did not influence how he ran the government or related with people. He valued work and gave it the best he had with amazing discipline in whatever capacity. He lived the code of life of his Benedictine missionary teachers. Ora et labora, pray and work. He worked hard even when he was sick like when he was admitted to hospital in Zurich for surgery, even insisting on delivering his monthly address to the nation from there, from the hospital. That was Mkapa. As a leader, he held the country together and helped us overcome political, social, economic, natural challenges as one people, one country. A firm believer in the union between Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar, he spared no effort to defend and strengthen it. And he always insisted that even in the context of our unique union structure, we were and we must remain one nation, the United Republic of Tanzania. He was the comforter-in-chief of the nation when our founding father, Mwalimu Nyerere, passed away, when his vice president, Dr. Omar Ali Juma, died, when El Nino floods wreaked havoc in Tanzania, when MV Bukoba capsized, and when the nation faced political challenges, including those in Zanzibar. He led increased national efforts to fight the scourge of HIV and AIDS and its impact. And he believed in good governance and strong but accountable institutions, holding that government is not about an individual, but about such strong institutions led by capable people of integrity and dedication. And he believed fervently in truth and transparency, wazi na ukweli, as he used to say in Kiswahili. He would say, I'd rather you hate me for being open with you than having you love me for not being straight with you. That was Mkapa. At the end of each month, he would talk directly to the people through radio and television. It was like civic education at the national scale. Citizens would stop whatever they were doing to listen to him at the end of each month. He carried forward the open economic agenda of his predecessor, President Mwinyi, creating a conducive environment for private sector participation in the economy, and developing a new partnership between government and the private sector. He created institutional frameworks for dialogue with investors, including those in the mining sector, enabling him to open 4 gold mines during the last 4 years of his administration. And he established forums for this dialogue, which he personally chaired, including the CEO Roundtable, Tanzania National Business Council, and the International Investors Roundtable. And these were very open and objective dialogues. His government did not go there to defend entrenched positions, and he won the trust and confidence of local and international investors. Although deep down he remained a socialist, he believed there were many ways to skin the cat. As Deng Xiaoping said, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. It was truly transformational leadership from Mkapa. Development partners responded positively, development assistance increased, and he got debt relief. He expanded primary and secondary school enrollment, removing school fees in primary schools to ensure all children complete a full primary education. As I pointed out, he created the Development Vision 2025, believing that you cannot inspire citizens to follow you on a transformational journey if you and they are not clear on where you want the country to move towards. Although he created space for large-scale investments, he remained a firm believer in inclusive development, that no one should be left behind. So he established several initiatives for that purpose, include what was called BEST, Business Environment Strengthening for Tanzania. And this was a program to reduce the cost of doing business for those small business people at the bottom of the pile: micro, small, medium-sized enterprises. He established the Tanzania Social Action Fund to empower the poor to work themselves out of poverty without creating a dependence on the government. And the impact of TASAF on poverty reduction is demonstrable. It has now reached all corners of Tanzania, giving poor people the tools that they need for self-development. He established Mkurabita, a property and business formalization program, to empower the poor by increasing their access to financial markets and other services through formalization of their property rights, enabling them to leverage their assets in a market economy dispensation. He established the Tanzania Mini Tiger Plan 2020, intended to increase the speed of economic growth in Tanzania. His other initiatives to unlock broad-based growth included special economic zones, industrial parks, hoping to use them to attain 10% GDP growth target he had hoped for. In retirement, President Mkapa established his foundation to support government efforts in the health sector. He was deeply disturbed by unequal access to quality health care, especially in very remote and undeserved areas. President Mkapa embraced Mwalimu Nyerere's Pan-African and nationalist agenda and ideals. Like Mwalimu, he strongly opposed the notion of exploitation. He had great empathy for suffering people everywhere. Like Mwalimu, he was a fervent believer in regional cooperation, deploying time and energy to revive and strengthen the East African community and SADC. Strongly promoted and defended African interests in the global political and economic spheres. In retirement, he was also patron of Uongozi Institute's Africa Leadership Forum that brought together fellow retired African presidents like President Mbeki, Obasanjo, Mogai, Chisano, and others to discuss matters of topical interest for the continent with the sitting presidents and other current and future leaders and stakeholders. And I know how much he cherished working with this university, Cavendish University of Uganda, among many other similar engagements in Africa and beyond. President Mkapa believed in peace and stability in Tanzania and in Africa. He was active in peacemaking efforts in the Eastern Africa region and the Great Lakes region. From him, I learned that peace comes not from the absence of conflict in life, but from the ability to cope with it. So in conclusion, let me say this. For 10 years, President Mkapa provided ethical leadership to Tanzania, both transactional as well as transformational, leaving us with considerable experience and knowledge of what works and what does not. What to do with this knowledge is the challenge of current and future leaders and citizens. Ever a man of unquestioned integrity, he believed in human rights, whether political or civil, whether economic, social, or cultural. This included the right to life, a life in peace, the right to earn a livelihood through equal economic opportunities and job creation, the right to basic health care, both preventive and curative, the right to justice and to education, the right to political expression, not political thuggery though, the right to freedom of expression and worship without infringing or curtailing the freedom and faith of others. And as for me, I will always treasure the years I spent with him, learning much from him about integrity, about transformational leadership. So as I conclude, I am reminded of the words of John Buchan, the former Governor General of Canada, who in his memoir said, and I quote, "To live for a time close to great minds is the best kind of education." Believe me, the years I spent next to the great mind that Benjamin William Mkapa was, indeed turned out to be the best education I ever had, the best preparation for all my subsequent leadership responsibilities. I thank you again for inviting me, and I do hope these memorial lectures will be sustained in his honor and memory, and I thank you deeply for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our keynote speaker, Ambassador Ombeni Sefue has done us really proud. He has captured the theme of this inaugural lecture, the role of integrity and resilient leadership in transformation. And he has linked that to the lessons he learned from the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. He has told us that his was value-based leadership. He was able to merge transactional leadership as well as transformational leadership. He was the epitome of moral courage because he took decisions and championed causes even at the risk of being unpopular. He worked when he was sick, so he was a hard worker, a patriot. He was a transformational leader. He established institutional frameworks for dialogue with international investors and established for mines. He was a believer in human rights. He championed the establishment or the restoration of the East African community. He believed in Vision 2025, and because he felt that it was not enough for him to move alone and compel the citizens, but it was important for them to understand where they had been. What stands out for me, and I think what stands out for me and members of Cavendish University, Uganda, is that in spite of all that His Excellency achieved, he still found time to serve as the Chancellor for Cavendish University, Uganda, and not merely paying lip service to it, but with dedication and commitment, as the Vice Chancellor has said. We shall also emulate Ambassador Sefue. He has said that to live to a time with great minds is the time of the best education. So let us use our time here to hear from great minds and to learn from the legacy of a great man. We shall now listen to Honorable Professor Tarsis Kabweje. He will tell us about himself, but he has served as a cabinet minister in Uganda, several ministries. When I was a young girl, I was a speaker of a local government, and he was my minister in the Ministry of Local Government, but he served in very many other ministries. He has a role in the Moshi Conference, he will tell us, and it is now my honor and my pleasure to invite Honorable Professor Tarsis Kabweje to make his remarks. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, for your remarks, and for the microphone. First of all, we all must thank our Creator, who created us without our request, who made it possible for us to exist, including our subject today, Benjamin Mkapa, a gift to us. So we thank God for this, and we enjoy his love. I didn't write a speech because that would restrain me, would constrict my imagination. I've been learning since I arrived here. First, I want to accept a surprise from the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, inviting me absolutely from nowhere. There is no way I could expect that Cavendish University Vice Chancellor would invite me to an occasion. So thank you for surprising me. And that's why I'm going to use the concept of an intersection of lifelines. That's the theme I have been growing since I sat here. An intersection of lifelines. The first very respectable intersection is the intersection of the life of Anne and William Benjamin Mkapa. That intersection that brought the marriage and the life you have shared, including you are being here without him, but recognizing that he is beside you. That intersection of a lifeline, of lifelines. We thank God for that intersection and for you being here now in the memorization of this man who is part of your lifeline. So we thank God for that. An intersection of a life, of lifelines. Our speaker, our guest speaker, you have demonstrated it. Your knowledge contained in what you have presented is a consequence of that interaction, close connection, in office together, in a country together, and in the sharing of knowledge together. An intersection of lifeline, which has now benefited us with the content of your speech, which I'm sure is recorded and will be produced for people to read in the future, and especially the students at this Cavendish University. An interaction of lifelines. How do I come in? How do I qualify to be a special guest on this occasion? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, to remind me of 1979 March as we gathered in Moshi for that conference. And who was the organizer organizing us? Who was the official presence of Mwalimu Nyerere? Benjamin Mkapa. That time was Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we were here, gathered as Ugandans in exile, having experienced Amin in Uganda and having run out, as we did. And here I'm reminded of an intersection of a lifeline of me and Paul Mugambi, who we shared a game of squash the day I was leaving Uganda to exile to disguise my escape. If anybody knew I was playing squash, nobody would have imagined I was leaving. So I played squash with him, and he reminded me today as we were at the tea. Meanwhile, my wife and my daughter were being taken to the train by a very close friend of mine, God rest his soul, George Arbaro, to the train. And me, being organized, immediately I finished my washing after the game, enter the car, and I'm driven to Entebbe to escape. So when I saw Mugambe here and his wife Lydia, we remembered that intersection as where I escaped. So, and there are many of you who may have intersected with me, like she said. Where are you? That when I was in local government, she was, so intersections. Now, my intersection with Benjamin Mkapa in Moshi, we get there, disorganized, as many as, how many groups? Oh, forming in the compound of the meeting. Huh? We want to be in the meeting. We want to be in a meeting. How could we? The room was small. So the issue was how to organize. And we had to reduce the number from 80 to 30 so that we could be together. And this was all the guidance of Benjamin Mkapa. And Benjamin Mkapa faced a situation when we had now sat in the meeting, and the meeting has opened, and we are now agreed on what to do, but then the election of officers to man the different groups, the different committees that we set up. For the chairmanship, for the chairmanship of the UNLF, how many people had stood for this occasion, for this post? Rure, Martin Arike, and Mwanga. Now, how do you handle this situation? Benjamin calls me outside. What do we do? And he informs me that according to him, Mwarimu would rather trust Rure, not any of these, because Rure, he knew him. Rure was part of the Commonwealth. Rure is from Buganda. Rure had been a vice chancellor of Makerere. Rure would be more useful for his effort. Meanwhile, of course, the Tanzanian soldiers were in Uganda. Having had attacked Tanzania and so on. So the situation was quite delicate and we were under pressure. And surely we sat there outside. So we had to persuade all the other two to leave Rure to remain as the chairperson. But all history knows that 68 days later, he was removed. And that is the dynamics of our history. That's my intersection with Mkapa. And from that time on, we became lifelines together. The last time I met him was when the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, of which I am a member, we were opening the Mwalimu Nyerere building in Dar es Salaam. That's when I last saw him, and soon after, he went to his creator. So, intersection of lifelines. But then, what you have described, our guest speaker, Mwalimu, is also a context of Mkapa, is also a context in Tanzania. What a country with leaders of the type, of the quality of Nyerere, of the quality of Mkapa, of the quality of Mwinyi, of the quality that, because they had an intersection with Mwalimu. Mwalimu was such a powerful man, and thank God some of us had an interaction with him. When he chaired the Burundi talks, and I was representing our president here in those talks, because at that time the president was the chairperson of the regional leaders trying to solve the problem in Burundi. what an incredible man Mwalimu that was. And those who admired him and worked with him, how couldn't they do well? Why couldn't they do? Because they had something to see, an excellent performer, and who therefore could inspire. And the word you used was an inspirer. He would inspire quality work. And no wonder when his replacement, Mwinyi, and then when the time of Mkapa came, and you know that at least some of us know that Kikwete seemed to have won, but he said, Kikwete, you wait and let Mkapa be in, then you will come next. And this worked. That formulation, that perspective, that ability of communicating to quote unquote your equivalents, but also the people you lead, so that you have direction. Quality. Mkapa had, we use the word in Nyankore, okoronjeza. When you want a fire, you come with something dry and put it on the fire and get a fire to take away. So Benjamin Mkapa had a fire of leadership to pick from. And that is what makes Tanzania in this region quite unique. I'm not exaggerating. I have a good reason to say Mwalimu in this region must also be remembered and continuously remembered for being a leader of the quality that he was. And Ugandans must never forget that risk of entering Uganda with his army, the Tanzanian army, all the way throughout the country to ensure that the problem we have had been changed. So, what an occasion, what an encounter with you all, and to do with the university knowledge. Universities handle universal knowledge. It's not a Nigerian knowledge. It's not a Chiganda knowledge. It's universal knowledge. So, let's now admire this man. Those of you who have not seen him physically, at least you can see his picture. Those of us who saw him physically, we are reminded. And Madam, feel confident, feel rewarded. How many of your age mates picked a president of a country to be a husband? So your attraction was so rewarded to the extent that you are here to memorize him. What do you remember? Why should you remember? I'm remembering this man 43 years ago for what he did. Think of what you can remember way back 40 years now. Cavendish University. Thank you for establishing this. And I hope there will be either building or there will be something that will be named after him, so that whoever enters says Benjamin Mkapa. So that today is the 30th of November 2022. What if we were talking of 50,022 AD and we can still remember him? In other words, in his existence, those of us who have known him, but even those who will not have known him in his existence physically will know him in his contribution. And therefore, your program, you are establishing this memorial lecture, is most welcome, and it globalizes his contribution. What is the word I looked for and I put it down here? It immortalizes this man. Thank you for being such a good person. Not only good in physical looks, but so good in your inspiration and for your actions. God bless you. And we believe that good people like you have a place. And you are not far. As far as I'm concerned, I believe you are even here, only that we can't see you because you are in a different form. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, our special guest, Honorable Professor Tarsis Kabwejere, for those remarks. And as our keynote speaker told us today, to live for a time close to great minds is the time of the best education. So we are learning, and now we have been exposed to the intersection of lifelines. I would like to recognize the arrival of the guest of honor, Honorable Magode Ikuya, the Minister of State for the East African Community Affairs. You're very welcome, Honorable Magode Ikuya. For those of you who have noticed, he's just sitting there next to the Vice Chancellor, but you'll see him more fully later. We have some guests, like I said, from St. Augustine University in Tanzania. I keep on saying of Tanzania very quickly because you may think it is St. Augustine here in Uganda. They have come all the way from Tanzania. I would like to request them to make a few remarks. You're welcome.
Guest of honor, Honorable Mama Anna Mkapa, the keynote speaker, Ambassador Mbeni Sefiwe, Higher Commissioner, Ambassador of Tanzania in Uganda, the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University of Uganda, Professor John Francis, all protocol observed. First, I would like to pass apology from Ambassador Professor Kostarik Mahalu. He is the Vice Chancellor of St. Augustine University of Tanzania. He wished to be here, but because of unavoidable circumstance, he couldn't to be here. He sent me to deliver his message. I begin by thanking the Almighty God for favoring us with good health and blessing us with wonderful day where He has enabled us to meet and celebrate the day of our beloved Benjamin William Mkapa, the third President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I also do take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the organizer of this great event, namely the Cavendish University, Uganda, where the late Benjamin William Mkapa served as the Chancellor. This is indeed a great event. It is a special event. Let me at the same time express my deepest expression and those of the institution I lead, namely the St. Augustine University of Tanzania, based in Mwanza, for invitation and the generous hospitality which has been accorded to us by our host, the Cavendish University, Uganda. indeed we feel completely at home. Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor. Dear guest of honor, allow me to quote briefly what Sir Philip and Professor Rix observed as what a university is all about. They stated, a university is a living organism that draws its nutrients from the society its serves. That a university is a living organism that draws its nutrients from the society it serves is actually what the late Benjamin William Mkapa found to be reflective on the truth. He stood firmly for this way of describing universities. While he was the Minister of Science, Technology, and Higher Education, and while he was the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. And even after his presidency, he continued to value universities and promote and protect private universities. Actually, in Tanzania, private universities were established during the time of his presidency. And private university students receive the same privilege which were accorded to students in public universities. He cherished universities in the same way without any discrimination, and we are very sure he cherished the Cavendish University, Uganda, in the belief that it is a living organism that draws its nutrients from the society it serves. The Cavendish University, Uganda, has a wide society which includes East Africa and Africa as a whole, since its graduates are trained to serve the global society just like what we do at South. The late President Mkapa valued education quite a lot. He believed that education is the only platform upon which a society can be transformed and empowered. From our point of view, therefore, events like these serve as an avenue to our society to continue exploring ways intended to develop young person who will have a duty to effectively contribute to the growth of mankind and specifically that of our nations, continent, and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be part of the participant to this inaugural memorial lecture, which focuses on a theme that is dear to me. This is because we as a leader have a duty to inculcate and foster integrity and resilience in the youth, who are our upcoming leaders, in order to manage any sort of transformation that may present itself in the future. The late Mkapa believed that the only way for a leader to be able to transform a nation was through honest and focus in serving the people and hence the country. That is why you will see, for instance, in Tanzania, during his time of leadership, he commenced the adjustment of the economy, where the private sectors become a major source of economic competitiveness and independence in difficulty faced by the allying public sector. It is this belief in the private sectors that lead him to hand over some public institutions to the private sectors. Many Tanzanians got the opportunity to access higher education, which served as a platform to transform their mindset, and these are the leaders that we have today. We are the movers and shaker of our economies. Ladies and gentlemen, The late Mkapa was a true socialist with open mind. He did not fear other ideologies which are contrary to socialism. He believed in any development approach which might change the life of the people. During his regime, he transformed the economy policies to attract private sectors. He saw the fast flow of foreign direct investment in Tanzania. He strengthens the partnership between public and private sectors. The late Mkapa, who was a true socialist, worked with the late Mwalimu Nyerere, Honorable Ali Hassan Mwinyi, opened the door to private sector, but with precaution to protect the citizens and the investors. He believed in the strong institution and policy for sustainable development. The late Mkapa, in his regime, he discussed a lot of issues for sustainable development. He emphasized a lot on the need of reform, the crucial corruption and efficiencies. He emphasized the need of good leadership in creating and sustaining social economic development. The late Mkapa emphasized the importance of an active press, consistent provision of law and order, economic growth, and intelligent sequence of reform in the success of reform programs. We sought St. Augustine University of Tanzania as the product of Mkapa policy on education. Since he was the minister responsible for higher education, his ambition was to see the policy reform which will welcome private sector to invest in education sector. It took only 2 years since he became into power to start implementing the higher education reform when 1997 the Mkapa government gave the Catholic Bishop of Tanzania the land and infrastructure for the physical establishment of the university. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Augustine University Tanzania, founded by the Catholic Bishop of Tanzania, is one of the private universities that have been receiving a huge government support. South endeavors to propagate transformative education through collaboration with the different institutions in Tanzania, Africa, and the world. There is an African proverb that is, a person who has never tasted food cooked elsewhere holds the belief that the mother is the best cook. From this collaboration, South draws best practice that hold together in making education transformative, as the mission is to develop a holistic human being. The late President Benjamin William Mkapa will forever be remembered for his advocacy and support in creation of strong private institutions that have continued to play a major role in quality education provision. South therefore continue to build the city of God. South express a genuine interest to explore means through which it can cooperate closely with Cavendish University, Uganda, on the matter of academic exchange and joint research, staff and student exchange, and other related matters. These are the aspirations of South, and we hope they will be well received by Cavendish University, Uganda. Concluding, to create a good leader, diversity of ideology is necessary. This diversity enrich the younger generation to have different views and then to choose the best, which helps them to stand for the truth and serve the society without egoism. If a person is loved by many, a person will never die completely. The person continue live in another person's. Late Benjamin William Mkapa is loved by many, therefore is not die, but it is continue living in us until the end of the world. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for your invitation and great hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our friends from St. Augustine University in Tanzania. And I just remember the words of Mama Anna Mkapa. She said that those whom we love do not go. They walk side by side with us all the way. And I also remember a recording I watched of Prof. Mugisha, the Vice Chancellor, in commemoration of this inaugural lecture. And he said that one of the things he remembers about His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa was mentorship. Because he was new in office, and then he was new in office as a Deputy Vice Chancellor. And then he became Vice Chancellor, and then he needed mentorship. And the Chancellor was in Tanzania, and he could have, let him go it alone. But he came very near, he said, and he guided him. Now, why am I saying this? Is because His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa the late is from the United Republic of Tanzania. But we are celebrating him and remembering him in Uganda. So Prof. Mugisha, I must say you learned very well. You were properly mentored, because now we have friends who are coming in from Tanzania, St. Augustine University. You're very welcome. Would now like to, we are going in for the panel. And as the panel takes their seats, the panel members, I will invite them to come to the podium. We have 3 panel members, but as the panel members take their seats, for those of you who came in late, or if you'd want some more tea and coffee, please, you can just move quietly, pick your coffee or tea, and then come back and resume your seat. Or if you came late after the coffee, there is still some out there. I would like to recognize the presence of, like I said, we have people following this event. It's a blended event online. Many of them, I will not be able to mention all of them, but I would like to mention a member of the University Advisory Council, our University Advisory Council, who is also the Deputy Vice Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Hajat Aisha Rubega. She's following us online. And also the Vice Chancellor of Isbat University, Professor Matthew. We have the members of council also online, and many other guests. Can I now request the members of the panel to come up here? And I will begin with Dr. Aziz Ponari Milima, the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda. His Excellency Dr. Aziz Ponari Milima is the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to the Republic of Uganda from September 2018 to date. Before that, he was the Ambassador of Tanzania to Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Brunei, and Cambodia from 2013 to 2015. He served as the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before his appointment to Uganda. He was the personal assistant to former President Benjamin William Mkapa from 2005 to 2013. and a research fellow at the Department of Economics, Gothenburg University. Dr. Aziz Mulima has also served as the chairperson and board member of various and numerous prominent committees. You're very welcome, Dr. Aziz Ponari Mulima, His Excellency. The second panelist is Professor Paul Mugambi, and I want to recognize Mrs. Mugambi seated next to him. You're welcome. Professor Paul Mugambi is the Executive Director of the Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum. He is a university professor of mathematics and an administrator of mathematics. Actually, he's the first math professor in East Central Africa at Makerere University. And he's widely regarded, I'm sure you'll agree, as the grandfather of mathematics in Uganda. Professor Mugambi is the former president of the Uganda National Academy of Sciences and former vice chancellor of Nkumba University, Uganda. And you can see that all our members of the panel are all very close to His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. I remember hearing him, Professor Mugambi, saying at one occasion that His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa sent him a pair of shoes when he was president, and I think Professor Mugambi was somewhere in Uganda and he had shoes delivered to him by His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, a true friend. The third member of the panel is a student of Cavendish University, Uganda. She is Miss Natasha Katondwachi. Please, Natasha, come to the podium. She is the CEO and co-founder of WAPE, a revolutionary online platform that matches job seekers to employers within Africa. Within Africa, not Uganda. The young CEO was also one of the top 1,000 finalists in the 2021 UNDP Youth Ideathon Seed Investment, an initiative designed to inspire, to skill, to mentor, and to accelerate ideas from youth in all parts of Uganda. Natasha graduated at Cavendish University, Uganda's 11th graduation on 25th of August 2022, a fresh graduate, with a bachelor's degree in computer science, and is currently enrolled for a master's degree with us. Members of the panel, you are very welcome. We are excited because you all know His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, rest in peace, very well. As friends, you worked with him, you were a student while he was the Chancellor, and today we would like to hear your experiences. We want to learn. I keep on re-echoing the words of the keynote speaker, that to live for a time close to great minds is the best education. We want to learn from His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. So we want to hear your experiences. Whom should I begin with? Let me begin with with Professor Mugambi. Let's start with you, Professor Mugambi.
Can you hear me? Oh, now, yeah. Your Excellency, Madam Anna Mkapa, Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Professor John Mugisha, our keynote speaker, fellow panelists, Vice Chancellors here, colleagues, and everybody here, I feel touched by this invitation to reminisce about a close friend of mine. Excuse me if I get excited and probably even break down. My remarks date from Makerere University in the 60s when I met Ben He was much smaller than the pictures in here. And it is remarkable. He came to study English. And at that time in Makerere, probably still there, we had a degree structure where you could take a single subject in the second and the third year. But really, we joined the university after O-level. We joined the university after O-level. So, I once spent 2 years equivalent of doing what they call intermediate. And we did intermediate. And after intermediate, then we spent 3 years specializing. And Ben specialized in English. I specialized in mathematics. And this looks like poles apart of life. But how we hit it off as friends is amazing, in that the interaction is through socializing, shall I say, in a university environment where we used to meet in the evenings, where we used to meet in debates, where we had mentors. Now, the mentors here, which come to mind, memory is a bit hazy, but I'll try to inform you. There was a chaplain of St. Francis Chapel called Fred Wellborn. Fred Wellborn was very much interested in the developments of that time, developments where independence for East African countries was in the wings. There were a lot of discussions, debates, and so on, actions. There were strikes, there were demonstrations, and so on. Fred, I call him Fred because he also became a personal friend of mine, got very much interested in those developments. And so among students, somehow he attracted interest of students. And Ben Mkapa was one of them. And you can see why. Because Ben Mkapa was interested in the integration of East Africa, and integration of Africa. He was right many, many years ago at that time. And we are also similarly inspired by Fred Wellborn. Fred Wellborn, because he was a reverend, was interested in the role of religion, especially religious organizations, and specifically those in Kenya, because Kenya seemed to have more problems than the rest of the country, of East African countries. Not because of that, but he was interested in how religious organizations can get involved in promoting independence actions for independence. And so he did research. He was doing research on these issues. In fact, later internationally became a specialist in this regard. Now Ben, with other friends of ours, I could mention some here, there was Peter Kamau from Kenya. He was doing medicine. So we had a disparate group. He was studying medicine. There was Philip Ndegwa, who was an economist and who later went to Kenya and became a very powerful man, governor of Bank of Kenya and so on, minister of finance. It was after independence in Kenya, Kenyatta, to build this cadre of specialists, attracted Ben Agdo, so Philip Ndegwa, to go and serve him. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah. So Philip Ndegwa, in fact, became a very close friend, similar to Ben Mkapa. I became his best man when he got married to an English girl who was working at Makerere in Mary Stewart. So I became their best man, and we organized the wedding, and Fred Wellborn officiated at this wedding. And we organized the wedding, everything, and it was, the reception was held at Mitchell Hall, where Fred Wellborn was the warden. So you can see how we got intimately involved with each other. Now Fred, particularly him, I'll bring up another person later, he used to invite us to his house for discussions about these important issues of integration, of economics, regional and society, and all that, philosophical things. And then he was generous. A priest at that time, even these days, who didn't have much money, but he would organize drinks for us. Us being young men, you know, we like a drink. So he organized to get beer for us. And the way he did it, he would go and send one of us. I remember in the group where there's a member called Edward Mukasa. Somehow Edward Mukasa learned how to drive a car. I don't know how. And I think he didn't have a license from what. But somehow Fred Wellborn, who was very liberal, let him drive Fred Wellborn had a Land Rover car. So he let Edward Mukasa periodically go to the breweries in Luzira to collect beer to be served at our meetings. Can you imagine? This thing was so liberal, amazing. So he would go, especially over weekends. Mukasa would go, bring a crate of beer, and then we gather and we discuss all sorts of issues. They were very serious discussions in some sense, because Fred was grooming us as young people to think seriously about these issues, and he had a view that we are coming into our countries to lead as leaders. So his idea was to groom us and so on. Then there was another person. This was Hugh Dinwiddie, was the warden of Northcote Hall, which I gathered a notorious name later, but Northcote Hall, where I was a member. I was a member of Northcote Hall. I think Ben was a member of Northcote Hall. I'm not so sure, my memory, but I don't know if Anna can recalls. Was it Northcote or Mitchell Hall? Don't worry, you were not there anyway. So Hugh Dinwiddie was a Catholic person, but of very broad outlook. He also was sort of part of this discussion group, and he inspired Ben greatly, as he was also a thinker of some sort, and his wife was a musician, a pianist, very good pianist. And I'm a pianist up to a point, because I used even to play the organ in St. Francis Chapel at services. Anyway, so Hugh also was another mentor who mentored us. So as young men, I don't want to take up time for, yes, I'll have one. There's a lot to tell, a lot of stories, young men gallivanting around, meeting Lydia and so on, and others. So, I'm sorry, we're going, I have to cut short all the remarks, but the thing is, you can see the diversity and the breadth of Ben Mkapa. Was a staunch Catholic, and you could refer to me as a staunch Protestant. And here, where we got together, through this friendship and others, and he was all above our what? our religious callings. It was all above. It was the thing was interest in developing our countries. I'll sum it up. It was to be interested in the future of our countries. And Professor Kabaje's remarks probably substantiate the role where Ben Mkapa came from. That's the background of Ben Mkapa as an integrationist, if I can pronounce it, and so on. He was very gifted, of course, in literature, and that helped him to be able to debate. There were these debates which used to be held in Main Hall. There were famous debates, and some of these debates were about integration. And Ben featured there in those debates in Main Hall from time to time. I don't know if they are being held these days, but in the Main Hall there were those debates. We used to enjoy them, look forward to them. Later on, the likes of Mazrui, late Mazrui, also gave contributions in those debates. I better stop here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There's more I could talk about Ben, close friend of mine, and those shoes, the issues of the shoes. It was during, I think, Amin's time when there were major shortages of things in Uganda. Then Honorable Kamuntu happened to go to a meeting in Canada, where Ben, as reported, was serving as the Canadian High Commissioner of Tanzania to Canada. And so they talked about, and Ben inquired about him. How is Paul managing in those difficult times? So please take these shoes to him. So Kamuntu brought these shoes to me. And amazingly, they fitted me very well. I think he remembered my size somehow. Okay, that's that. So that's Ben. Oh, Ben. I cannot stop talking about Ben. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Professor Mugambi. Now, I know it must be emotional for him as well. And yes, he cannot stop talking. But we are going to continue sharing because the plenary is also here. I would now like, in the meantime, to invite His Excellency, Dr. Milima, to share his remarks.
Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to sit here in this panel. I would also like to acknowledge the high table, the special guest, the Minister for East African Community, the Vice Chancellor, Mama Anna Mkapa, Ambassador Sefue, the keynote speaker, and the panelists. A lot have been said about late former President Benjamin Mkapa, but I would like to begin with a summary, and then I will try to go on two different avenues. The summary will be like this. I've been exposed to work with former President Benjamin Mkapa for close to 8 years. Actually, it was 8 years, from 2005 to 2013. And the way I know him is he was an intellectual, he was a statesman, he was a seasoned diplomat, and he was a seasoned journalist. But above all, he was an honest bloker, a visionary leader, a Pan-Africanist, and he was a person of high integrity. So this is in a nutshell, the Benjamin William Mkapa I know. And as the keynote speaker mentioned, he covered quite many areas, but I would like to confine my presentation or my discussion on two areas. The first area is the time when he did some institutional reforms when he was a president, but also that extended also to the time when he was out of office after retiring from the presidency. And the second stage will be his role on the international arena. So to begin with, during the time when President Mkapa was in office, he was also keen in making sure that the Tanzania he found when he became into office as a president is different from the one he will leave behind when he left office. So President Mkapa, he decided to do a lot of institutional reforms within Tanzania. And he found that the revenue collection was not at par, because at that time our budget was depending on the development partners, about 40% of our budget. So he decided to improve the revenue collection by establishing what is known today as the Tanzania Revenue Authority. And by doing so, he managed to do quite a lot of transformation within the government. But also he was also interested to see that the government does what it should do best, the service delivery to the people. So he did what is known as the public service reforms. During his time, President Mkapa managed to do that. And as the keynote speaker said, he came in to fight corruption. So he established what is known today as the Prevention and Combating Corruption Bureau, PCCB. And it was not just a mere words, it was actually by action. And he managed to fight corruption during his time, but also he established so many institutions to do some social transformation in the society. And among them, as the keynote speaker said, was the TASAF, Mkurabita, that is to transform the informal sector to become a bankable and to be able to access the credit facility, but also to be able for these people to do business in a formalized manner. And Mkurabita, that was domestic agenda which he stood for, but also he did so many other things. And I will talk a little bit about Mkurabita on the international stage. So President Mkapa, when he retired from office, but just before he retired, he was also a member of what is known as the Commission on Social Dimension of Globalization. That was between 2003 to 2004. And he was a co-chair of that commission, together with the Finnish President, Her Excellency Talia Haronen. Also, just before he retired from office, President Mkapa was the member of what used to be known as Blair Commission for Africa, which was established by then British Prime Minister Tony Blair. And the offshoot of this commission was what is known as Investment Climate Facility for Africa, which President Mkapa was the co-chair, together with Niall Fitzgerald, who used to be the president of Reuters, and I think Unilever at some point. So on retirement, President Mkapa, because of his integrity, because of his knowledge, as I mentioned the qualities before, a lot of people saw potential in him, and Dr. Supachai, the Secretary General of UNCTAD, appointed him to be a member of what used to be known then as the UNCTAD panel of eminent persons. And the idea was to establish, to do reforms within the UNCTAD, because at that time, you had World Trade Organization, but also we had UNCTAD, and they were like competing each other. So in order to make UNCTAD more relevant, because it was covering many countries, the entire world, but WTO was like a specialized club. So President Mkapa, with other panelists, eminent people, eminent persons, managed to do some reforms within the UNCTAD, and UNCTAD is still relevant until today. Another role which President Mkapa played was he was a member of what is known as High-Level Panel on System-Wide Coherence in the areas of development, humanitarian assistance, and environment. Today we are talking about environment and the COP27, but President Mkapa played his role in that commission. It was appointed by then the Secretary General of United Nations, Dr. Kofi Annan. And during that commission, President Mkapa was key, and his contribution was like to expand from the pilot of 5 countries. You remember, I think many of you knows the results of this commission. They produced what is called Deliver as One, that all the UN systems, all the UN organizations and institutions to work under one resident coordinator. And initially they said they should have a pilot of 5 countries, but President Mkapa convinced that UN Commission that actually five countries will be too little. We need to expand, maybe to increase the number to 8 so that we can be able to have enough sizable sample and to be able to come back and say, okay, when you review, you realize that the results of this commission has some positive contribution. And by his contribution, countries like Vietnam, Cape Verde and Tanzania was also included in this, what they call pilot countries. And we know now that the UN agencies and institutions are not competing for resources. You know, like everybody is doing small things about the same thing. You know, every agency is doing HIV, about human rights, about this, about that. So it was more like streamlining and to make sure that the UN system deliver effectively, but also the resources which donors and the member countries are contributing to the UN becomes more effective. So that is the role President Mkapa played on that UN Commission. But also he was a member of another UN Commission, also appointed by the Secretary General of United Nations. It used to be known as High-Level Commission on Legal Empowerment of the Poor. And he served in this commission between 2006 to 2008. This is the same commission in the international arena as the domestic outfit in Tanzania, which President Mkapa established. It was known as Mkurabita in Tanzania, to transform the informal sector into formalized sector. As you know, most of our countries in the developing world, the informal sector is about 60%. In most countries, in most cases, is up to 80%. So President Mkapa established this Mkurabita, which was a domestic outfit, and the international outfit of that Mkurabita was this panel of legal empowerment of the poor. And his role in that commission was chaired by Madeleine Albright, the former Secretary of State of the United States, and Hernando de Soto. And President Mkapa was a member of that panel, but their contribution and printed quite a number of reports, but those reports, President Mkapa was a pioneer to make sure that they are adopted by the African Union. And by January, I think in the AU meeting on January 2009, the African Union adopted that resolution from the reports of the UN High-Level Commission on Legal Empowerment of the Poor. And the idea is that most of our developing countries are not up to that level to access, financial resources from the financial institution, because the informal sector doesn't have proper identity. They cannot access, they are not bankable, they are not, they're outside the financial inclusion bracket. So the idea of President Mkapa and the commissioners was to make sure that these 70% of our populations in sub-Saharan Africa are going to be included in the economic space. But, it can only be adopted by the African Union, but the backstop with the nationals or the country themselves to make sure that the reforms and resolutions and the agenda can be taken care of and, to move the country forward. But also, on the economic front, I mentioned the Brea Commission, which produced what is known as Investment Climate Facility for Africa. And President Mkapa was a co-chair with Niall Fitzgerald, as I said before. And the results of this investment climate facility for Africa, which President Mkapa was a chair for close to 8 years, co-chair, they produced a lot of transformation in the African economies. To give you one example was Rwanda. Rwanda was very active in doing reforms, and they received quite a lot of money of doing reforms from the Investment Climate Facility for Africa. Other countries was Zambia, Mauritius, Sierra Leone, and Cape Verde, I think. And what they did, you know, some countries were taking a lot of time to clear cargo from the port. It took a month or so, but that helped them to reduce the number to 7 days, to 5 days, and sometimes even two days in some places. But also, I know the moderator, you are now about to tell me to stop. Give me 2 more minutes and I'll conclude. So their commission managed to do a lot of transformation, and countries started climbing in numbers, you know, in the World Bank doing business report. That is on the economic front. But President Mkapa was very, very active in peace negotiation and mediation. You know about the DRC process, which produced the Goma Agreement on March 23rd, 2009. You also know the Kenya peace negotiation after the elections in 2007. You also aware he worked with Dr. Kofi Annan in that. And finally, Kenya produced a new constitution based on their recommendation. Finally, President Mkapa was also a facilitator of Burundi peace process. And he worked on this one closely with President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as the mediator. But also, a lot has been said about the integration, the role which President Mkapa did on the reviving of the East African community, the SADC. But also, President Mkapa was the chairperson of the referendum committee which led to the independence of South Sudan. His work on, I think it was between January 9th to 15th to 2011, led for the independence of South Sudan on I think 8th of July 2011. So President Mkapa was very key in all this, and on the human social transformation side, during his retirement, he established what is known today as Benjamin Mkapa Foundation to make sure that people who are living with HIV/AIDS are getting proper medical care, access to medication, ARVs, and all these other things, to make sure that they prolong their life. So, in a nutshell, this is what President Mkapa contribution to mankind, to Tanzania in particular, but also to the international community. And we honor him, and I thank Cavendish University for establishing this inaugural lecture on his memory. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Milima, for those remarks. And what we are seeing coming out clearly is that His Excellency Mkapa was a reformer, he was an integrationist, and of course, he was a leader that cared. We are hearing all these initiatives that he was taking in Tanzania. But as a Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, we have an academic model which places students at the center of what we do. We are student-centered, and it's really in memory of His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa that a student was nominated to sit on the panel, because that is what he emulated, our academic model, and he really cared about students' learning and welfare. Natasha, tell us, what have you learned on leadership, on contemporary leadership, from your experiences of our former Chancellor, His Excellency Mkapa?
Thank you so much, Dr. Olive. Her Excellency Mama Anna Mkapa, the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Professor John Mujisha, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Olive Sabiti, our Executive Director, Mr. David Mtawanura, Commissioners present, our guest of honor, ambassadors present, professors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and the panelists, I greet you all in your various capacities. I am very honored and humbled to be part of this experience for the memorial lecture for our beloved late Chancellor, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, but most of all to be seated beside these very knowledgeable and experienced gentlemen. It's also prestigious for me to be associated with a university like Cavendish University, Uganda, that was under the leadership of the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, a man with a track record of Pan-Africanism leadership and good accomplishments. So I am always proud to tell people that I have gone through Cavendish University and I am still going through Cavendish University. I enrolled in the first time I stepped into a Cavendish University was in August 2018, where I got admitted for computer science on a merit scholarship. Throughout the 3 years, I also participated in other activities like the HALT Prize competition, the Debate Society of Cavendish University, and a bunch of other things. What I am most thankful for through that time is the student-centered leadership by our Chancellor at that time that also trickled down to the administration of the university, but also the departments as a whole. It is that support and student centricity that has given some of us a lift to be the kind of people that we are right now. In 2019, at one of the graduation ceremonies that he was part of, where I attended as a support staff, I had the honor to listen to his speech, from which I learned from and got inspired, and that is why I am stepping into spaces of leadership today. I am really honored to have gone through Cavendish University, and I am thankful to be part of this. And I continue to pray for him, and I hope that his soul will continue to rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Ms. Natasha Katondwachi. We can see that the legacy of our Chancellor, our former Chancellor, the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, lives on, because she said she's already learning leadership lessons and she's already applying them. Thank you very much, members of the panel. Now it is time to hear from you, our guests. Anyone with any question, because these are people who lived with His Excellency. They are people who worked with His Excellency. So if you have a question, this is the moment to ask your question. Or if you have a comment, or if you also have, what did Professor Kabweje call it? If there was an intersection of lifelines somewhere, let us know. Yes, please.
That Ben, I can now use word. Ben, whenever he came to Uganda, he would look me up. He looked me up, and we chat, reminisce of old days. When he comes for graduation. See, I think Vice Chancellor will bear me out on this. He will look me up, and we reminisce, we chat, and so on. With John Nagenda, who is sick, should have been here also, was so that's how I came to meet Madame Anna Mkapa for the first time, when they came here. Then I got a chance to meet the wife of Mkapa. I thought I would make that remark.
Thank you very much. We are about to listen to the chief guest in a minute or two, but first I would like to invite Professor Mpezamhigo to make his remarks.
Thank you so much, our moderator. All protocol. I need to go there? Okay. Our thanking our moderator, all protocol observed. Mama Anna, karibu sana, tena shikamo. I think it would be unfair if we went without speaking one Swahili word. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University. Na hongera sana familia ya marehemu Mheshimiwa. I know he didn't want to be called, given a lot of titles, but in the context of integrity and resilience, in line with leadership or transformational leadership, I want to say that he is a big model for most of us, in a way that when you read his history, us in universities, I'm the Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University, we lack some component within our curriculum that would actually bring out issues of integrity and resilience. Of course, when COVID-19 came on board, we trained ourselves to be more resilient. I think we all remember the lockdowns and so on and so forth. So I want to put a challenge to my colleague, Professor Mujisha, and Mauda is here also, and the ones from Utamu and other Vice Chancellors here present, that integrity and resilience make individuals. Now, if it is not inherent like it was for the case of our past model, Ben, then we should endeavor to mainstream it. And the best way to do it is by living the example of integrity, because our societies today are faced with a big, big challenge. And so because we are the ones churning out, receiving and producing the next generation of leaders, I would like to say that sharing and having these memorial lectures is a great experience, and also we think we can work together to try and come up with placement situations. We do internships as universities, but where do we do the internships for integrity? You know, the internship for resilience. Only when you are faced with a challenge do you acknowledge that the training you received in a training institution like our young lady here, who is very proud having gone through Cavendish. We are saying the integrity we see in some of the leaders like Ben should be emulated, not only emulated from reading about their history, but how else can we integrate this as part of that training? 3 years a student remains in a university, or 5. How much of the integrity have they acquired? Are they the civil servants we churn out who create problems for us? Last but not least, especially for Ugandans, I invite you to spend some time in Tanzania. Kampala International University has got a university called Kampala International University in Tanzania at Gongo la Mboto, where we have a university. The time you spend in Tanzania, you realize 2 big things, and I think Mzee Mkapa brought them here in Uganda. Number 1, everybody makes sure that they get themselves grounded. Even the most important person, you will never notice their status in society because of that being down to earth. Number 2, the spirit of helping one another. So it is something that we need to practice and also embed within our young people, male and female. I thank you very much for the invitation and allowing me to make my points.
Thank you very much, Professor Mpezamhigo, for the lessons. Members, if anyone is making a contribution, you'll have to come here for the benefit of our online audience. Yes, Mr. Mwambuse, you really kept time, so you should take the floor.
Thank you, moderator, and all protocol observed. I just want to make 1.5 remarks here to say that great men and great women are normally remembered for the values they stood for and they left behind as a legacy, much more than the material things they accomplish or they help others to accomplish. I want to say that I remember President Benjamin Mkapa, in one way, as Professor Kabwejira has just told us, in some intersection and interaction where I interacted with Benjamin Mkapa after he had he had retired as president. And these two values for which I remember him for are economic justice and humility. Economic justice, I belong to an organization, or I'm the board chair of an NGO here called Siatini Uganda, or Southern and Eastern African Trade Information Negotiations Institute, and we advocate for fair trade at the multilateral level. And Benjamin Mkapa helped us. We stood on his shoulders to convince member states of East Africa when we were negotiating economic partnership agreements with the EU. And as a small organization, as an NGO, our voice could not reach the heads of state of the region. And so we stood on the shoulders of Benjamin Mkapa, and he amplified our voices, and actually we attained some level of success in convincing the heads of state of East Africa at least to pass some of these EU-Africa relations, East Africa relations agreements that were fairer to the East African region. So I remember him for standing for economic justice, especially economic justice and trade justice for the global south, but also for being humble enough that a former head of state could be an ally of a small organization like ours, Siatini, here in Uganda, to amplify our voice for the cause of economic justice and trade justice in the East African region. So that is why I remember him for this legacy of economic justice and humility as a former president of Tanzania. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. That is what we want to learn. An advocate for economic justice for the global south, a leader of humility. I saw we could take another hand. The gentleman, yes, you, yes, please. Yes, please. But if you want to be seen by the online audience, you'd have to come here. Oh, this is, I didn't see you, Professor Musa. That's why I said the gentleman.
Thank you. The guest speaker, the Vice Chancellor, and all other protocols observed. My respected elders in the academic, Musa Dahiru, a staff of Cavendish University. I am privileged to be with those who have crossed lifelines with a very great gentleman, well respected, a trans-African former president. And I'm glad and also wish to congratulate Mama Anna for being the woman behind the success of this great man. Hearing from the horse's mouths who have lived with this great man, we would like to learn some few lessons, especially looking at the ingenuity and the various qualities presented of Benjamin Mkapa. What might be the best model, anti-corruption institutional models, can we learn and adopt for us to be able to solve some of our corruption issues in our various areas of life and in our countries? And as well as it is quite very much interesting to me for two different models to be applied at the same time, the socialist model as well as the capitalist model, which seems to me from the pure science perspective, because I'm not a social scientist, to be something very, very difficult. But fortunately enough, Benjamin William Mkapa applied both and have succeeded. We would like to maybe learn from the lessons what might be the challenges that he might have faced in trying to apply that, so that we will take note and be careful, and what are the likely opportunities that we may wish to explore from the experience of the great man. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Professor Musa. I would like to thank our online audience, majorly students from Somalia, students from South Sudan, from Nigeria, from Burundi. Thank you very much for following online, from the USA, from the UK. Thank you very much for following us online. I'm mindful of gender. Ladies, you must, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa was a very strong advocate of gender. You know, he always used to come for our graduations, and he would always whisper, okay, good. Dr. Wabule, yes, come and redeem the female gender. But more importantly, vindicate the memory of a great man who was so passionate about gender. Dr. Wabule is our Dean of Socio-Economic Sciences, and she's the chair of the organizing committee of this inaugural lecture.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I stand here to also proudly associate with the late Honorable Benjamin Mkapa, not only in the capacity of gender, but also in the capacity of his leadership that portrayed leadership of integrity. I stand here because I'm this person who is passionate about ethics and integrity. Note that I claim to be as good as him, but I like the theme of ethics and integrity. So when I hear whatever people have spoken about the late Benjamin Mkapa, I also feel so proud that at least we are here to promote the topic of integrity, especially in leadership. One of the challenges that we are having in our contemporary world is the decline in morality and lack of role models in our leadership. I'm glad that this morning, everyone that has spoken about the late is talking about him being a role model on the subject of integrity and leadership. So maybe one lesson that we should learn is that when you do good, people always remember you. So the question that we should leave behind, or each one of us should have, is what are we going to be remembered for in this area of ethics and integrity in leadership? Many of us here are leaders. What will people talk about us when we finally leave? Leave a legacy that will make people talk good of us. We should not leave a legacy where people are only talking about how much we've accumulated while we are in leadership positions. But let's try to leave a legacy where people will remember us for the good things, for the little things that we do that are not necessarily associated with materials. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wabule. The interesting conversation must come to an end. But I wanted to add, Professor Mpeza Mhiga, unfortunately, he's not here. He raised a question about ethical leadership and resilience, and he was wondering where should we send people to learn these traits. Really in honor of His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, our former Chancellor, I would like to say, come to Cavendish. Why? At Cavendish University, Uganda, our vision is to be a center of excellence, of entrepreneurship, of excellence, innovation, and transformation. To be a center of excellence, innovation, and transformation. But our vision is to inspire and transform our learners to be entrepreneurial, employable, and ethical leaders. So at Cavendish University, Uganda, we are big on ethical leadership. Secondly, resilience. Again, seems like Cavendish is the place to go, because during COVID-19, and our Chancellor, the late Benjamin Mkapa, he actually presided over that graduation ceremony. We held it. He was online because of COVID. We were the first to hold that one, that graduation virtually. It was scientific, and again, it is to emulate his legacy. We're the first. We're resilient. Our students did not lose time, and I thought I should not leave that out. Really, in honor of our Chancellor, the late Benjamin Mkapa. I know that there are still comments. I see hands up, but I'm sorry, we are going to bring it to a close. And I would now like to invite our guest of honor, Honorable James Magode Ikuya, to come and address us and as well close the event. Honorable Magode Ikuya, you're very welcome. He is the Minister of State for East African Community Affairs. You're very welcome, sir.
Asante sana. Madam Mama Anna Mkapa, the keynote speaker of today was the Ambassador Omben Sefuye. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it well. Honorable Professor Tassis Kawejire, our special guest, honorable members of Parliament, if any are here, excellencies of ambassadors and members of the diplomatic fraternity, vice chancellors of universities, and the member of university councils, university staff and students, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, usually, I wear a number of hats. And of course, if I had the freedom to have pulled one up, I would probably be addressing you in Swahili, so that we honor the Swahili language, which was part of our integration agenda. Unfortunately, today I come in the name of the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the Minister of East African Affairs. She would have loved to have been here, but unfortunately, due to other contingencies, she's unable to share her moments with you. She has asked me to remonstrate with you so that you accept her apologies for her being absent. But he asked me to represent her and read a speech which she has given me to do that. And that's the only hat which I will have to do today. I will not try out my Swahili, even if I would have loved to do so, because the East African community itself, even my ministry as such, is engaged in the propagation of Swahili as part of the integration process. So some of these things we need to practice them offhand everywhere, wherever we go, so that we can see whether we're getting better or not. But we shall not do so. So allow me to read the text which the Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister gave me, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga Alituado. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda, and on my own behalf, I am delighted to be here to join Cavendish University, Uganda, and all of you who are present here, plus those participating online in today's memorial lecture. I know that we are all united in our desire to pay tribute to His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa, who was the Chancellor of Cavendish University in Uganda and a distinguished former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I take the honor of welcoming Mama Anna Mkapa to Uganda and all the other people who traveled from Tanzania and other places to attend today's function. I had the opportunity of serving as Uganda's Minister of State for Regional Cooperation when His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa was President of the United Republic of Tanzania. During the same time, I also had the opportunity of serving as Secretary General of the East African Women Parliamentary Association. These roles required me to take a deeper interest in understanding East African regional affairs. It was during this time that I gained fairly good knowledge of President Mkapa and what he stood for. President Mkapa was a true African hero, a great leader, a diplomat, a reformist, and a thinker whose leadership style was grounded on firm ideology of Pan-Africanism and humility. He did not look at leadership as a privilege or an opportunity to enjoy more than the rest of society. Rather, he viewed it as a service to humanity and undertook it with a passion, commitment, and humility. President Mkapa was a firm believer in excellence and always urged the leaders and all the people to take whatever they did seriously. He did not believe that one should undertake anything at all if they did not intend to do it very well. In his word, something was not worth doing if it was not to be executed cautiously and excellently. As Ugandans, we are deeply connected with President Mkapa, not only by the historical relationship and ties between Uganda and Tanzania, but by his personal life connections with our country. Benjamin Mkapa studied from Makerere University as a young man, and I'm happy to note that some of his contemporaries and friends are present here. Later, he played a big role in the liberation of Uganda because he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs when events leading to the fall of dictator Idi Amin were being planned. Again, I'm happy to note that Honorable Professor Tassis Kabwejere, who chaired the MESH conference, is present here. I think it testifies to that. As the Ugandan government, we join all of you in celebrating His Excellency Mkapa's legacy of integrity and resilient leadership. East Africa as a region now needs integrity more than ever before as we prepare our countries for economic transformation, which goes with investment. There can never be real growth when there is corruption and dishonesty in business. Where business people are evading taxes, investors are being asked for inducements by government officials before getting cleared, companies are being asked for bribes, for getting contracts, etc., etc., you cannot have economic development. It is therefore proper to recall His Excellency Mkapa's legacy of integrity and in a similar way, his resilient leadership. Resilient leaders have the ability to sustain energy levels under intense pressure and to withstand disruptive changes and adjust. They are able to bounce back from setbacks and to overcome major difficulties. This is very true of President Mkapa as a reformist president. I presided as a guest of honor over the first ever virtual graduation here in Uganda that was conducted by Cavendish University when His Excellency President Mkapa was the Chancellor. He believed that no crisis should curtail human progress, not even COVID-19. We shall, as a country, continue to join you in upholding the virtues that President Mkapa stood for. Thank you for organizing this memorial lecture, which I hope is going to be an annual event. The government of Uganda will always support you. Thank you very much for inviting me for God and my country. Asanteni sana.
Another very big round of applause for the guest of honor, Honorable Magode Ikuya. He has explained why he cannot wear his other hats. It is because he has come with the hat imposed on him, okay, not imposed, on the hat placed on him by the first Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Kadaga. Thank you very much, Honorable Magode. He's introduced a new one, that His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa was a resilient leader. And he has told us all the things that resilient leaders are able to do, including the ability to bounce back from setbacks and overcome difficulties. Thank you very much. Before we close, two remaining outstanding items. One, would like to thank you very much, Mama Anna Mkapa. You have really done us proud as a university. You have done us proud as Ugandans because you have traveled all the way from Tanzania. We want to say thank you. You have been able to share experiences we did not know of. You have shown us and you have told us that His Excellency was a good companion, a good father, he was a good leader. You have really shared and we have learned. We'll remember, we'll always remember that the people we love do not go away. They always walk with us side by side all the way. So I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor, who is going to hand over a gift to Mama Anna Mkapa. Really thank you for your graciousness, for coming all the way and allowing us to share these moments with you. And as they come, that very last activity will be, of course, celebrating the moment with a photo We'll have a photo moment up here. Do you want to say something? Should I bring you the microphone?
Mama Anne Mkapa, we want to thank you for coming to grace this inaugural lecture. Thank you for the love that you kept even after the departure of our former Chancellor. We don't have much, but something which is symbolic. It's just a plaque with words that I want to read. It has a logo of Cavendish University, Uganda, and says, CUU, which is Cavendish University, Uganda, inaugural Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture, celebrating President Mkapa's integrity, commitment, and resilient leadership, 30th November 2022.
Thank you very much, Mama Anna Mkapa.
I'm also presenting Professor John Mugisha, the books which my husband wrote before he passed on. He said, "My life, my purpose." It is one book is in English and the other one is in Swahili. Please enjoy them.
Thank you very much, Mama Anna Mkapa. Very gracious, like I said. When we read the books, when the students read the books, then they will learn lessons and they will apply, and the legacy will live on. Thank you very much. I request that you don't go so that we can now take the photo moment. The guest of honor, please join for the photo moment. The ambassador, please. Members of the panel, please. Ambassadors, please. Vice chancellors. The friends from St. Augustine University. Mr. Mwambutsa, why are you staying behind? Head of Chancery, come and join the photo. Please come. Mama, come and join His Excellency. Come. Mrs. Mugambi, join the photo. Committee, please move close so that you can take a photo with the guests. Members of the organizing committee, please move close. Sorry. Members of the organizing committee, please pose for a photo with Mama Anna and the chief guest. Members of the organizing committee. Thank you very much. We are now going to we are now going to end with the anthems, and all external guests, you
Mungu ibariki Afrika, watu Mungu ibariki Afrika, wabariki viongozi wake, hekima, umoja na amani. Hizi ni ngao
and we wish you all a good afternoon. Let us carry on the legacy of His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Thank you.
I am pleased to welcome all of you to this inaugural Benjamin Mkapa's annual memorial lecture in honor of late Benjamin William Mkapa, former president of Tanzania, who was also my predecessor as the Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. I thank the University Council, management and staff of CEU for the initiative. This is a laudable project designed to immortalize our former Chancellor, who has done so much for Cavendish University, for his own country, Tanzania, and for Africa. President Mkapa will continue to be remembered for his tremendous works in strengthening Tanzania's democracy and his great strides in the development of his country. He was an African statesman and champion of regional integration who dedicated his life fighting for peace, security, and economic progress on the continent. For us at CEU, late Mkapa was our hero. He served as our second chancellor after our first chancellor, late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, another great African who was the first president of Zambia. Under him as chancellor, CEU recorded accelerated growth and introduced many trailblazing innovations. Late Mkapa guided the university through its transition to a technology-driven institution, which greatly helped CEU to function seamlessly during the global lockdown regime occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe late Mkapa laid a solid foundation upon which we will join hands to build a greater future for our university and for our continent. I am indeed pleased and proud to be following his footsteps as Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. I am happy that CEU is keeping the flame of his vision for innovation and progress alive by inaugurating this annual lecture. I believe that the memory of Benjamin Mkapa and all he stood for will continue to endure. That memory will propel all of us at CEU to seek to do more to improve learning and advance the cause of humanity. Once again, I welcome all of you to this important program and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you all.
I am Professor John Mujisha, Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, and I'm at the center of the organization for the inaugural His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture. There's a lot that I remember about him. The biggest one was mentorship. I was barely 8 months in office as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics when I took over the office of the Vice Chancellor, who resigned and left the country. I needed some kind of mentorship. I least expected it from the Chancellor himself because he was far. Surprisingly, he came so near. He made me feel at home. He gave me assurances. He actually also met with me physically. Each time he came to Uganda, either to meet President Museveni or do some other